Okay, we'll open up the executive session. Just want to let the committee know that next week, Tuesday is town meeting day, so we will not be meeting at all. So we will be meeting on Wednesday. We've heard all our bills, so the only thing we really have left is subcommittees, and I will try to actually schedule all remaining 23 bills as subcommittees for next week. Some of them are actually already been taken care of, but that will go through everything, and that leaves the following week for time for us to wrap up those bills, and then we have to have everything out of the committee on the 20th, so we would probably be having an exec session the 19th in the morning, similar to this, where we get all our work done. Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I would say that's a quorum. I guess the next count is how's our mix. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1. Did I count wrong somewhere? You said 6. 1, 2, 3. No, 1, 2. Oh, I did count wrong. So it's 10. We're 10. Right? Because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
8, 9.
I guess my math is bad today.
We have 9.
We have 9. Okay. And that means there has to be 7 Dems here, right? 2, 3, 4.
And 2 out.
Yeah,
For
Santos
Charlie
and Roberta are not
and
here.
I have 9.
Sally.
Why am I counting numbers wrong? How many people are here total again? I thought I had counted 16. So there has
To have 15 because there's 2 out. 9 and 6.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know, I probably didn't count myself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4,
6. Yeah, 9 and 6.
6. It's 9 and 6 is correct. Okay. I was right the first time. Okay.
You just walked in. So it's 9 and 7.
9 to 7. Okay. Yes. All right. Okay, first bill, House Bill 185, relative to reimbursement rates for ambulance service provider. Representative Spears, second by Representative Petusek, moves inexpedient to legislate. As you all know, this is the one that is the perennial one, and it basically is any willing provider for the ambulance company. So whatever they want to be paid, they get paid, which is problematic at best. Any discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate?
The only thing I'd like to say about it is that
Pull the mic, please. Yeah.
by having it such that the ambulance service is getting paid whatever it is that they require, doesn't allow this committee to evaluate what the impact on premiums will be, because the impact is different depending on where they are. So I think it's important to hold this and to make note of the fact that we have 2 other bills that we are working very hard on that deal with the same issue, that at least help us bound the problem and bound the issue. So it's not like it's going to go away. It's just a
Right.
matter
Well,
of.
that's why I tell you,
removed.
because this one is just a non-starter,
Right.
really. So, okay. The motion clear is inexpedient to legislate on 185, and the clerk will call the roll.
Represent, sorry, Representative Patuchek,
Yes.
Osborne, Ammon,
Yes.
Cole.
Yes.
The clerk says yes. Representative Purcelli, not here.
Not here.
Representative Walsh,
Yes.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Pressa,
Yes.
Representative Burrows, Representative Herbert, not here. Representative McClear,
Yes.
Representative Spear,
Yes.
Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Sullivan,
Yes.
Representative Charissa,
Yes.
Representative Salvi.
Yes.
Okay,
Representative Hunt.
and Representative Hunt.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 17 to 2.
The vote is unanimous, 16 to zip. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved.
Who moved that?
16 zip.
I thought it was 17 zip.
Oh,
There's only
right.
16.
Yes. We're now 9 to 7, so that we're 16 people here.
Who's the author?
I had 17 too.
And Representative Spear made the motion. Okay, House Bill 186, relative to the legalization and regulation of cannabis and making appropriations there are. Representative Sullivan moves to retain, second by Representative Hunt. Is there any discussion on the retaining motion? Yes.
Yeah, so I just want to say my motivation behind this so that people are aware is the most important thing is that we stop arresting people in 2025 for the possession of marijuana. And while this bill would do this, I think the complicated part that continues to trip up us in the legislature historically has been the method by which we're going to sell it in the state. So I think retaining this will give us a chance to kind of flesh out some of those details. It sound at our initial subcommittee hearing on this, we all kind of acknowledge that that's a steep hill to climb to allow legalization and sale. And so hopefully this will give us some time in the fall to talk about this and hopefully come to some agreement. And I look forward to passing something in January, at least out of the House.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion to retain?
So, I have a
Yes,
question.
Representative Teresa.
So right now we are voting to just retain the bill, not to say
We're not passing it, we're not killing it, we're
retaining it.
we're retaining it. And for those of you who are new, what happens in retaining bills is that we will work on them come September and October, and then it will hit the House floor the first week of January. So I highly recommend do not make any plans that first week of January, because that's actually a very exciting time, because that means all the bills that were in committee, that were all retained in committees, will hit the floor that week. And that's usually very exciting.
Representative Herbert's here.
Okay.
Okay, so this is Herbert, so now we have
Okay. Clerk will call the roll on
Okay.
retain.
So Representative Potek,
Yes.
Representative Osborne, Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Representative Cole.
Yes.
The clerk says yes. Representative Porcelli is not here. Representative Walsh,
Yes.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Pressa,
Yes.
Representative Burrows,
Yes.
Representative Herbert,
Yes.
Representative McAleer,
Yes.
Representative Spear,
Yes.
Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Sullivan,
Yes.
Representative Charassa,
Yes.
Representative Salvi.
Yes.
Okay, and Representative Hunt.
Yes.
Okay.
Uh, okay. Vote is 17 to 0. All those in favor of placing, oh, it's a retained bill, so
This
Keep
is
it in
retained.
it doesn't go anywhere. Okay, next up. 17-0.
Well, we
Next
have
up.
One, yes. We had,
One,
not here.
one not here. Right. Okay. House Bill 241 relative to treatment alternative to opioids. I move to retain this bill, seconded by Representative Burrows. Basically, we've been working on it, and the sponsor wasn't able to make the subcommittee yesterday and requested that we just hold on to the bill so that we can continue to work on it and see where we're at come September. And I was agreeable to that. Okay, so the motion is to retain 241. Clerk will call the roll.
Representative Patuchek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yep.
Representative Animan.
Yes.
Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Post says yes. Representative Porcelli is not here. Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Pressa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes?
Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Charaza.
Yes.
Representative Salvi.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
Thank you.
What is that? What does that add up to?
Okay. Okay, so I just had a panic moment here. How many people we have the amendments to like this next bill, the 302? To all the committee members. Right, okay. Okay. Okay, all right, then I won't panic. No panic. Okay. All right, so Representative Ammon, second by Representative Petuzek, moves to pass on the amendment number,
0138H.
Chris, next couple of bills we have amendments for, which I think are going to be stuck in their files. You mind just going in the files and so we have them in case and people need to see them? Okay. All right, Representative Ammon is recognized to speak to his motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the amendment to House Bill 302 simplifies the bill somewhat. It takes out some of the things that were probably too complicated for this period in time. Things about stable tokens and staking stable tokens. But basically what the bill does, as amended, is the treasurer has a list of approved investments that they're able to make. And this bill would add digital assets above a certain threshold. So high quality digital assets, and then also precious metals. And the likely method would probably be an ETF, which would be an exchange traded product. The treasurer expressed interest in having the option, but is still determining when they would use it, when she would use it. So with that, I offer the amendment.
Okay, any discussion on the motion about to pass on the amendment?
So
Representative Sharisa.
I do have a question on this. So does this bill also mentions the mix, or is it to be determined by the investment manager, whoever?
Yeah, so the original bill had up to 10% of funds, and this drops it down to up to 5%. So it's between 0 and 5% would be authorized by the legislation. So there's a maximum of a small percentage.
Okay. And the second question would be that, so will the person,
State Treasurer.
this is a state tragedy. Okay. Okay.
You all set? Okay. Yes, Representative.
Thank you. What is the definition of the qualified digital assets?
It's in the bill.
No.
there's,
Under definition, should be
Yeah.
up at the top of the,
so
No,
there's a
just-
market, so there's a market capitalization, an annual market capitalization of 500 billion, so half of a trillion. So for a digital asset to be considered by the treasurer under this bill, it would have to have at least a market cap of $500 billion in the previous year. So that sets a very high threshold for, you know, it's not meme coins. It's not, you know, tokens that people are playing with. It's serious digital assets that companies and countries are considering putting on the balance sheet, including the United States government. So.
Okay, thank you.
so right now we're on to pass on the amendment. Yes, Representative Gibbs.
Yeah, thank you. I know that's a very high threshold, but are digital assets, regardless of the threshold, sufficiently reliable to trust with the state's money?
So that would be the determination for the treasurer. This gives her the option to do it. It doesn't mandate that she does it. So it can be a volatile field, but over the long term, there are smart people that think that there's an upside potential that's worth investigating.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I do have a follow-up. So, so the treasurer, will there be checks and balance on the treasurer, or is there a committee who's going to decide about?
It's called Moody's.
I'm sorry?
Moody's. Moody's is the bonding council, and they will, if they think that she's made a bad decision, they will lower our rating. So she is very conscious of making sure that she will make, that the capital markets, whatever she's doing is done to not to be at risk.
Are you referring to the standard Moody's rating for all the bonds and everything?
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay. The clerk will call the roll on not to pass on the amendment.
Representative Kuchek.
Voting on the amendment.
Amendment.
The amendment, yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Representative Ammon.
Yes.
Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Post says yes. Representative Porcelli is not here. Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Pressa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
No.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan. Representative Tarassa.
Yes.
Representative Salvi.
Yes.
Okay. 17.
Yes.
to- Representative Hunt, I'm sorry. I include you in that.
Okay. The motion is now Representative Ammon, seconded by Representative Burrows, moves ought to pass as amended. Is any discussion on the motion?
So we have to-
16 to 1. That's-
17.
So this is
302.
ought to pass?
What was the number? Right. We have a total amount of people of 18 in this committee.
Right. 17
So
to
it would
1.
have to be
17
16 to 1.
16. To
Your
1,
math
'cause
is
we don't
bad
have-
as mine
okay,
today.
Sorry. I'm still on the mountain.
You see why I spent some time doing that ahead of time.
So are we on this? On
So
this?
right now, we're on ought to pass as amended.
Okay.
We just done ought to
So we
pass
say Ammon and Patuchik.
on the amendment, right?
Right.
What sheet of paper did you do the amendment on?
So I actually did it on this one thinking we were doing this on exec session,
Okay.
because we
Alright.
did the other ones on
So
this.
this is the first one that you should have the amendment
Okay.
number on there. Ought to pass.
Oh,
it says
3, 1,
amendment
8,
number-
8.
Yeah.
3, 8, H, 1, 3. Okay.
Okay.
And the vote was 16
To
to 1.
Okay. So now the motion, Representative Ammon.
Okay. And Patuchik. And then
Okay.
it
This
is
is ought to pass as amended.
1, 3, 8, H.
Okay. Is the question clear? The clerk will call the roll.
Okay, so this would be this roll,
Yes.
correct, which I already did
You-
on this, so I'll
well-
check them again.
No, technically, you're supposed to do a separate suit.
So we do, okay. So this is ought to pass as amended.
As amended.
OTPA. And so this is on. Okay. So we're on. And Representative Patuchik,
Yes.
Osborne,
Yes.
Ammon,
Yes.
Cole.
Yes.
The clerk is yes. Priscilla is not here. Representative Walsh. Miles.
Yes.
Tressa.
Yes.
Burrows. Yes. Herbert. Maclear.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Gibbs.
Yes.
Sullivan.
Yes.
Tarassa.
Yes.
Salvi.
Yes.
Okay.
And
so same thing. 16.
Hunt.
And
Ye-
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
Put your hand over here.
Okay. so
Don't
wait a minute.
forget me.
So,
So we're out the two, the same as the
no, no,
last,
Chris
right?
is here. He's a nay.
He is an A.
This is not available.
Okay. Oh, so we're going to put him here.
Yes, because he's a nay.
Okay. Here
Okay.
and take that out.
Okay.
So that's 17 to 1 then. 16 to 1?
16 to 1.
Oh, because she's gone.
So,
Okay.
any minority report? Do you want, because otherwise I leave it on the regular calendar, otherwise I'd put it on the consent calendar. You have that determination in your power. Consent calendar. You want to? Okay. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Those opposed? So moved unanimously.
Consent on 302.
It's consent. 16 to 1.
And do we put it on here anyway?
So down here, you click on consent.
Okay.
And third
This
is
would be
represent-
M.
Okay. All right, what's next? 451, establishing the paint product stewardship program. Representative Spear making the motion, seconded by Representative Hunt. Ought to pass on the amendment number.
We'll do the amendment first.
This is what I've just on hand. I came here early today to make sure I had all the ducks in a row, and then I got a little waylaid. Okay. We have.
Paint product, I know there were some questions over there.
Sorry, we couldn't be more exciting for you.
There are a lot of questions on this.
Yes, we will end up on the editing floor today.
This is not particular agreement.
Okay, let me, all right.
A number.
Issue is how
All I got
to.
was a draft.
Okay, we're in brief recess.
We will do them in.
This is 304.
451.
Okay, so we move that. All right.
And there is
So
amendment.
do I get to open?
Right on the. I'm on the.
I was thinking about coming here.
It doesn't come up. Not there.
Yeah.
They have them without the stick.
Going.
They don't have to bite their heads off.
451.
Oh, that's cool. Well, see?
Visual too, right?
basically, I'm finding some. I ate a bag. I responded a couple of.
So we were
It is hard.
taking a day off.
Did you vote on the
Work till about
Now
9
it's just
at
to
night.
see them. Stopped.
Oh, no. This I just.
For
Have
me,
like a tiny window to try to.
This I.
no, I'm not going to respond to everyone like that. Conversation
Like that.
is quiet. Understand?
So like I have fish or one of the bills stuff. Like a lot of my situations.
I have not personally. I did send after him who know him.
I should be on his
I got
right
a
so I can
report
see him.
That's just big behind. So I'm voting against it.
Okay.
We'll probably.
So how many more?
But there is just to build the committee, right?
No, it's not that.
I'll probably stay.
Mining, like somebody to set up a warehouse with
We have that
computers,
thing
mining.
in
Originally, the
over Hillsborough.
and
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Are you gonna do the new thing?
I want to obtain it, but they don't want to. So they can push it.
I usually don't do too much counter stuff, but I'll be there.
For me, I'm
I've got it, I got it.
more into the blockchain because the whole world is going in that direction.
Yeah.
And I find it little bit, like, we have few states have done something. It's not like absolutely in
Literally,
place.
I've been
It's
saving
better to
Pat
be
from dairy.
there and try to learn
Just
about
having
it.
everybody write a campaign.
This bill would make it so
I could
that
probably do better. I get two.
prevent mining.
Two different, 51. So we're doing you,
The same
we're
way that you
51.
would do that. Or another.
You might be able to look for the
Yeah.
right ones. These are the only ones.
I don't think the mining is that easy to do. Okay?
Well, it's not easy to do. I don't think it's easy to do either, but when
It will take a lot of time.
the one place where they can act is exactly.
The only thing I was worried about the church.
Yes.
Solve it, you see.
Why don't we just retain it and like dig into it a little bit more? It's being rushed through. In my constituents, are pissed. So I have I want to just retain it. Just why can't we just like, it's not even a problem.
And who- this was Spear,
It's like
moved by Spear.
something that addresses something that
Fund.
Right.
and so why can't we just hold off and wait until the fall?
Dig it out.
We have more time. Versus
And more
pushing it up to
research or
maybe right
something
now.
like.
That's not hard.
Get the other
So I
side
don't
on the other side.
Even a little.
I know, right?
I don't know, like,
So what is their side?
That's the right.
Okay. Right, this is the right one. Good. It looked good to me when I read it, because all I did is look in the back and there was no money in it, so I know it was good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. We are back in session,
Okay.
exec session. So we have House Bill 451, establishing the paint product stewardship program. Representative Spear moves us to pass on amendment number 0458H.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's
This is
one.
exactly the bill that we were looking at the other time. It's just now formal.
Correct.
Okay.
And is this correct?
Yep.
And it's not a not to pass yet.
It's ought to pass. The motion is ought to pass on the amendment.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, Representative Gibbs.
Since we just got this amendment,
Yes.
could somebody give us a brief explanation of what changed from the original bill to this amendment?
Absolutely. So what we did with this amendment is that fundamentally the most important thing we did is we took the money out of it. There is no, at this point, that the paint manufacturers are responsible for the funding mechanism, and that will be built into the cost of the paint and will be unbeknownst to us. The idea is that it is a marketing program for them. They want to be able to say that they have a little sticker on their on their paints and say, "We'll take back any paint." And even if this is not the can, you've got another can of the paint laying around the house, bring it on in, and we'll take it back for you. And so this is a program we're just is enabling legislation. It has been passed in many other states, but in other states they had money involved, and as far as I was concerned, the money was a tax, and we don't do taxes in New Hampshire. So in this way, if whatever cost it is, because the paints the manufacturer the entity that's taking the paint back is controlled by the manufacturers. So for all intents and purposes, this is their nature of their business is to now take back any unused paint. So it will not be a tax.
I had some problems with the original bill because it seemed to be overly complex.
Yes.
Is this any simpler?
Oh, yes.
I think this is a model of simplicity. And
Comment? We did get a copy of this bill before. It just didn't have a number on it. And we went through it in a lot of detail. One thing that should be pointed out is that we had all the sponsors here, and they were asked how they have felt about this bill as it is modified, and they were fully on board with it. They said it does everything that they wanted to do.
right. And DES was great, grateful that that this is and obviously waste management companies and everybody who does deal with garbage, they are happy that we are implementing this program. It is obviously very one of the let's see how to be funny about it, but it's always been a problem for solid waste, everybody to do what to do with old paint. And people have been leaving it in their basement and not doing it, and now they have a golden opportunity to take it into the local hardware store or local whatever paint store nearby and get rid of it.
So just to make sure that when a person purchases the paint in the store, they won't see anything on their receipt indicating this price it has because of this
Over
program.
my dead body, will we charge them a tax?
Okay.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. The motion is ought to pass on the amendment.
Representative Patuchek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Ammon.
Yes.
Representative Cole.
Yes.
The clerk says yes. Susan Purcelli is not here today. Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Preza.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative
Gives him a
Gibbs.
chance to get his feet wet.
Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan. Representative Tarassa.
Yes.
Representative Salvi.
As amended.
Thank
Okay.
you. So we are 18, 17. Oh, Representative Hahn, I'm sorry.
Okay.
17.
Okay. The vote
17 to nothing.
17 to nothing. So, Representative Spear, did you actually have a blurb written on this already? Yeah. Oh, you did. Your email because, we already hit. You really want to write the blurb on this right now? You have to write it. It's
Spear already wrote it.
okay.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Save that for
Sorry. Don't know. How about, I'll find another one for you. How's that? Okay. No, it's fine. Let's take it. Okay, Representative Spear, second by Representative Pressa, moves ought to pass as amended. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Where is it? Here we go. And so this is an ought to pass. And Representative Patuchek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Ammon.
Yes.
Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Post says yes. Porcelli is nay. She's not here. She is not here. Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Pressa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan. Representative Tarassa. Representative Salvi.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
And that is 17 to zip.
All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay, House Bill 499, making technical corrections to certain insurance laws.
364H.
Okay, I'm make a motion, second by Representative Burrows, ought to pass on the amendment number
364H.
0364H.
0364H. And this is an ought to pass?
Yes.
Not that. 03468. Okay.
Okay, so this bill has any number, I think it was 7 different items of different statutes that Insurance Department had technical corrections on.
This is 499.
Anybody have any questions?
Ought to pass.
All right. Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Patuchek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Ammon.
Yes.
Representative Cole.
Yes.
The clerk says yes. Purcelli is out. Representative Walsh. Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Pressa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear. Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan. Representative Teresa.
Yes.
Representative Salvi. Representative Hunt.
Yes. Votes passed, 17 to zip.
Yes.
The motion is now ought to pass as amended. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll. Oh, excuse me, Representative Hunt, second by Representative Burrows.
That was Hunt and Burrows. And I think I have to look for another piece of paper. And more. Okay, this is ought to pass on 499. And that is Representative Patuchek.
Okay.
Right? Representative Patuchek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Ammon.
Yes.
Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Post is here, yes. Purcelli is out. Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Pressa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Terraza.
Yes.
Representative Salvi.
Yes.
Okay, 17 to zip.
Motion carries, 17 to zip. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Okay, 538, relocating positions in the Liquor Commission. Representative Pressa, seconded by Representative Patusic, moves ought to pass on the amendment number.
It's an OTP.
This is 499.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. It is. Ought to pass
Got away
on.
on this one.
ought to-
There is no amendment.
no, evidently there wasn't.
It's only 10 lines.
We are on.
Was there any amendment on this bill, Mark? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Right. No, I see. I was looking at the wrong thing. Yes. Okay. The motion is ought to pass. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
This is 538.
538.
Okay. Let me grab a number. We went through a lot. We weren't halfway through. Take the rest. Yeah. we did. All right, I'll keep that here. And this is for 538?
Yep.
538, motion is ought to pass. And that is Representative Patuchek,
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Ammon.
Yes.
Representative Cole.
Yes.
The clerk is yes. Purcelli is out. Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Pressa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows. Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Terraza.
Yes.
Representative Salvi.
Yes.
Okay, 17 to 0.
Yes.
And Representative Hunt.
By the end of the day, you'll get that figured out.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Okay. The motion carries 17 to zip.
Consent.
All those in favor of putting it on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved unanimously.
And this is
Okay.
consent.
House
I'm-
Bill
behind
552,
you.
relative to coverage of children under the state retiree insurance plan. Representative Spear, you were gonna do this one? This is the coverage for children under the state insurance.
And this is ought to pass. And this
Did you
is-
have this one on your? Okay. Okay. Anybody want to do this one? Oh, okay. That- Okay. Representative Spears, second by Representative Hunt, moves ought to pass on 552. You remember what this was about? This was the glitch in our system that
How long do I get to write the blurb?
what's that?
How long do I get to write the blurb?
You need to have it done by noon.
Can I dictate it? I don't have a computer.
and this to be
We can, sure,
552.
we'll figure out something.
Okay.
552.
Otherwise, I'll do it. Okay. Yeah, so this is just a cleanup, making sure that it was a kind of a glitch in the state retirement insurance didn't identify children who might be under 16. But how can you be a state employee who's retired but still have children under 26? But who are hard to ask? How many of those are those? But
The key thing about this is that the person who is insured, who is covered under the retirement plan,
Right.
pays for their children.
anyways,
It's not like the state is paying for the
right,
children.
it just
the-
makes it eligible that they
retiree
can be
pays
in
for
the
children.
program. Correct. If you're
Yeah, well.
you're a state employee that's retired, and and it's up till 26. That's a child, yes. They can actually drink too. Yes, Representative Ammon.
Yeah, so this bill is very simple. It just strikes the requirement that the child under 26 has to be a student. So
That
that's-
was the old law.
that's, yeah, right. So it just
That was
strikes
the
the
old law.
requirement.
Okay,
And it's ought to pass.
and it's ought to pass. Is the motion clear? The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Patuchik.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Ammon.
Yes.
Representative Cole.
Yes.
The clerk is yes. Priscilla is out. Representative Walsh. Representative Miles. Yes. Representative Pressa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows. Yes. Representative Herbert. Yes. Representative Maclear.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes,
Representative Gibbs.
Yes,
Representative Sullivan. Representative Tarassa.
Yes.
Representative Salvi. 17 to 0.
Okay, the motion carries. Representative Hunt does say yes.
Representative.
So the motion carries 17 to zip. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay, relative to the use and disputes of blockchain and digital currencies. Representative Spears, second by Representative Ammon, moves ought to pass on the amendment.
0445H.
0445H. The motion is ought to pass.
Ought to pass on the amendment.
This is the blockchain.
Okay, yeah.
Probably
So-
good to have more.
Representative Spear, you want to speak to your motion?
right. We spent quite a bit of time working over the bill and figuring out what we liked or didn't like about it. And as a result of that, some very important changes were made. And some very important things were eliminated. But one of the important things, the changes that were made, and I think should be noted by everyone, is that blockchain businesses, the blockchain itself is a technology. It is not a business. It becomes a business when somebody does something with the blockchain. And if they choose to do data mining, we've read in the news a lot of problems with very large data mining operations that use a lot of energy
A lot of noise.
and make a lot of noise. What we did in this bill, in the amendment, was to take the noise and delegate it down to the municipality. So wherever such a thing was ever to exist, if somebody wanted to make an application to put a data mining business as an industry into a town, that town has the right to set a noise level, and that noise level would apply to any business that went into it. So that seems pretty
Regardless
reasonable.
of whether it's blockchain, has to be the same,
It would be the same for any business.
same
And it
regulation.
would be very limiting to a blockchain operation if they tried to be big. But the other thing, and I have to stress this. In the state of New Hampshire, we pay the 8th highest electric rates in the country. Data mining businesses use a lot of electricity. This is not the state they're going to come to set up a data mining operation. And on top of that, 52% of our electricity comes from nuclear, which is going to be retired in 2050, and we have no replacement for it. So I can only envision by 2050 that we're even going to pay more for electricity, or I don't know what we're going to do. But the point is, we are not an attractive site for a large-scale data mining operation. So I think that the complaints that were against this bill regarding energy usage are just misinformed. This is not the place where they're going to set that up. Now, you could do home data mining, in your house with a bunch of computers. You can do that. But if you try to do that in an apartment has the right to say, based on your rental agreement, that you can't disturb the peace. And it's the same thing that would be in a condominium, that they have bylaws that say you can't make this kind of noise. If you should make enough noise, chances are you probably can't.
The
but
noise
if you
is air
could,
conditioners.
right. So what's left in the bill is something that kind of says, okay, we blockchains are okay, businesses based on blockchains are okay, but there's a lot of hoops you're going to have to go through, essentially. And in all honesty, people should understand that we're working on Bill HB 310, which sets up a whole commission to study how these businesses are going to be regulated. So this is just to limit the noise and a few little items, and also to set up a docket, which doesn't cost anything. The docket itself, I want to mention, is only allowed. It is not mandated, it's not required. So, if the judicial system wants to set one up, if the governor wants to set one up, fine. If he doesn't want to, he doesn't have to. So the bill itself is pretty straightforward and pretty innocuous, I would have to say. It just gets the words out there. And one thing I do like about it, it has a lot of definitions that a lot of people don't know about. And I think the definitions alone are worth having this thing out there. And that's what I have to say about that.
Representative Ammon, did you want to?
Yeah, that's a pretty good overview. So the energy usage, there's talk about using, it's called high performance compute, HPC, so the AI data centers, and digital asset mining can partner with new energy sources. We heard just
Certainly.
today that geothermal is a big push by
Sure.
the administration. Small modular reactors, I'm a big fan of that. And mining can help make those projects initially profitable. So it may not be in the current state advisable to mine in New Hampshire because of our energy rates, but this could help incentivize new
That's
generation.
certainly true.
Which is kind of cool. And I just wanted to stress the blockchain dispute docket was a recommendation from the governor's Digital Asset Commission. It's one of the recommendations that we hadn't implemented yet. So I'm glad to see that's carried forward with this.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm actually going to vote against this motion. I think that this is as was mentioned in the testimony in the initial hearing, this is a bill that is not actually addressing a problem. It's sort of prophylactic, if you will. And so I think I would prefer, just to be on record, I would prefer retaining this bill so we could work on it understand it better and let some of the people who have been reaching out to us in recent weeks have a chance to sort of digest this amendment that just came out basically last night to them. I think that much of what Representative Spear is true. I agree at the current state with electricity prices in New Hampshire very high at the national level. It's unlikely we'll see such a large center that I think is what is scaring a lot of people. Nevertheless, things could change in the future where New Hampshire suddenly becomes cheaper energy, and these regulations are something that don't need to be rushed through, and I think it'd be okay if we waited a little bit to sort of digest this amendment and let some of the people who are activists on this space have a chance to digest it, and then maybe come in and work with us in the fall. So that would be my preference. So I'm going to vote against this, and if this motion doesn't pass, that would be my recommendation is to put a next motion in to retain.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The problem I have with the amendment is a problem that I had with the original bill as well, and that is the fact that under 359V3, Section 3B, a municipality, aside from the noise, which has been changed to the benefit of municipalities, municipalities cannot impose any requirement on a digital mining business that does not equally apply to all industrial zone properties. And the problem I have with that is the energy usage problem. I understand the fact that digital mining operations are not that likely to come to New Hampshire, and that does make sense. And I understand that there are possibilities for the future as to less energy intensive methods of digital mining, but that is still speculative. And I think that if a digital mining operation is going to be located in New Hampshire, that the municipality should have the option of controlling the energy usage. And so, so long as that's in there, I cannot support the amendment or the bill. I think that should be left to the commission as one of the things that they should consider.
So I guess I'd point out to everybody, when you look at the bill, on the very first page, purpose and findings. And I do this because I want to remind everybody that this might be the only time you'll ever read this. Because once a bill is put in the statute, this disappears. And it would only be in those little yellow books on session books. And what's important is that the purpose of the commission that was created, well, and the purpose as stated here, is that New Hampshire wants to say that we want this new technology. We want companies to consider come to New Hampshire and do business here. We're inviting them to do business here. So can a zoning board or someone, say, worry about the electrical usage of this industry versus aluminum making, which has a huge amount of electrical usage? No, it's not appropriate that they either can say you can zone and say, yeah, you can come in and do a factory or not. But to say if you could pick out an industry and pick on them, then that is really does fly. So I understand, that you have pressures from your communities who are kind of freaked out about it, and that can happen. But at the end of the day, it's whether they would want to invite one of these companies to come to their town. And so it's a lot more than just this legislation. And this is just a little a public state of New Hampshire says we want to be inviting. But I understand in terms of whether you have those concerns, but no, I don't think it's appropriate to have spot zoning and say, okay, well, this particular industry we're not going to allow you to do it simply because you're an electrical consumer, where there's plenty of other industries that are huge electrical consumers. I was looking at just today. I was noticing this old store. There was a storefront that used to be an Agway type store, and I noticed that they had 3-phase power. coming to there. And that three-phase power is very expensive, because this was like 3 or 4, this is right outside of Peterborough. There was 3 or 4 miles to get that three-phase power to that location, and it's sitting empty right now. So the idea is that we want to be inviting, and that's the purpose of this legislation. And the zoning specifically says is don't try to pick on this one industry, and try to be accepting and supportive. Yes, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Usually, the reason that we would want to invite an industry to come to the state is because it would provide jobs. Does digital mining provide jobs?
Absolutely, it provides jobs. Somebody's got to be sitting in front of that computer, typing in stuff to get the computer to do what it's supposed to do.
Sorry, that would be one person. It's not like a factory that would provide hundreds of jobs.
When I've heard stories about the huge entities that are doing this, I can't imagine that they only have one person inside. But
Representative Ammon, could you provide any additional information on that?
We could, I mean, I feel like we've beaten this bill to death. We've talked about it in 2 subcommittee hearings. So I feel like we're retreading ground that we've gone over for weeks. And the amendment was not available last night. I emailed it to the committee on February 18th. So we've had a couple of weeks to
just
look at it,
his
so-
his constituents do. Just,
Afraid that being on the housing committee, I wasn't able to attend all the subcommittee meetings.
no, I
So
understand.
for me, you're not
Different-
retreading.
Right. Representative McAleer.
Thank you very much. I think we would learn more about how this is going to work by not putting it on the back table. I think we should pass the bill. We may find that there are things going on that we need to add to it or change to it, but, you know, let's get it out there and see what happens. Thank you.
Representative Selvey.
Thank you for taking my question. I just wanted to know about a little bit more about the compliance costs related to it, because I have done some research in New York. Basically, many of these operations got closed because of the compliance cost. So did we think about it? What kind of compliance cost we have? Is it something doable? We don't want a lot of business to come and then they just close the business.
Yeah, so when you go into business, you risk your own capital, right? So that's up to the business, owners to decide. Now, you mentioned New York, which is a neighboring state, a nearby state, and they did exactly that. They put a moratorium on mining. They drove all the miners out of their state. We're right next door. Potentially we could send, a signal with this bill that we're open for business. And one thing we're not considering is tax revenue. So if you have a business that's making millions and millions of dollars through mining, they're going to pay tax to the state and local community for property tax. So, there's benefits to this, including jobs.
Thank you.
Okay. One more time, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me, but I would like to go back to Representative Ammon with my question about jobs, because I really don't know.
So a mining operation involves electricians, it involves computer scientists, it involves people that keep the grounds, maintain the building, right? So there's a lot of jobs. Some of them are high technical jobs involved in maintaining these mining operations. And when you buy a cell phone, in a couple of years after you buy it, it becomes more and more obsolete, right? So the same thing happens with these mining computers, because it's a giant race. It's a global competition, these mining operations. So they have to keep up. They have to replace their hardware every so often to make sure it's more efficient and is more competitive with their global competition in order to find the digital assets in the mining operation. So there's a continual upgrade that needs to happen. So all that contributes to job creation.
Okay. Question clear is or ought to pass on the amendment. Clerk will call the roll.
Okay. Representative Patuchik.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Ammon.
Yes.
Representative Cole.
Yes.
The clerk says yes. Susan Purcelli is not here. Representative Walsh. Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Pressa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows. Yes. Representative Herbert.
No.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Gibbs.
No.
Representative Sullivan,
No.
Representative Tarasa,
Yes.
Representative Salvi.
Yes.
Okay, so we are.
Okay, motion carries.
Oh, Representative Hunt.
Hunt, yes, sir. Even I'm getting to
1,
forget
2,
myself.
14 to 3.
Okay, 14, motion is
13,
14 to
14.
3. Now the motion, Representative Spears, second by Representative Hammond, moves ought to pass as amended. Any discussion on the motion? I think we've done enough.
We do another one with
Okay.
this. And so that is Representative Patuchek,
Yes.
Representative Osborne, Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Post is here, yes. Susan Purcelli is not here. Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Pressa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows. Representative Herbert.
No.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Gibbs.
No.
Representative Sullivan.
No.
Representative Tarasa.
Yes.
Representative Salvi.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes. Okay,
14-3.
we finally have a bill on the regular calendar.
Who's right in the minority?
Okay, is there going to be a minority report? Is there, are you going to write a minority report? Okay, so you do today, this morning, okay, this afternoon, yeah. Yeah, as quickly as possible. All right,
What's the minority motion?
and yeah, what would your motion be? What is your motion?
Oh, sorry, ITL.
Okay,
Okay. Excuse me, Representative Sullivan? When I've written the minority report, would you take a look at it with me? Thank you.
648
okay, so,
for 648.
yeah, so this is 6:39 we're doing here. Okay, we're not done yet.
Oh, okay.
So in 6:39, you're gonna go down, you're gonna put in the vote. Okay, and then you have the amendment number.
This is 14 to 0.
and
And the member is 0445H.
Oh,
for the block
oh, four,
change.
five, H, correct?
Okay,
Okay, so you write that here.
okay. Oh, where do I, 445H.
Okay,
And we say adoption.
and it's been adopted. Okay, and then we have down here, gonna click on regular calendar, and then majority report is Spear,
Mhm.
and minority report is Gibbs.
Gibbs?
Gibbs. And her motion should say her motion, and her motion is ITL.
ITO. Okay.
Okay. Yes.
How many more do we have?
This is the blurb I wrote.
Right.
But I wanted to add that. Should I give it to you or should I give it to
Robin.
Robin?
Here, I'll tell you what. Let me initial it. Okay. All right, next up. So this is,
648.
yeah, so that was. Okay, next up is 648, relative to insurance coverage for glucose monitoring. She left the room, so I move to retain this bill 648.
Who's moving that?
So it'll be me,
Yeah.
and seconded by Representative Spear. Basically, we had an amendment. We're been trying to work around the good terms of how to find the resolve. The big issue was finding out exactly where the committee is on this. The science is actually changing a little bit about the in terms of what medications you should be taking, because it seems to be right now insurance companies allow you to get these monitorings units if you are taking I'm spacing out.
Insulin.
Insulin, yeah, right. Taking insulin. So it turns out that there is some, the question is what, let's say, like I take metformin, does that make me qualify to get one of these? And because I've just reached the A1C number threshold. So we need to know a little more what is the proper threshold of when we think it's appropriate to have these devices. I know that Representative Teresa believes that if your doctor says you should get it, then
Should get it.
you should just be able to get it.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, the doctor is not driven by insurance. The issue is that someone might say, "Well, gee, I'm afraid of blood. I'm afraid of pinching my finger. I don't want to do this," or something like that. And the doctor says, "Okay, fine, you should get this device." Well, then we find out that this device is incredibly expensive, and in that, and maybe the patient really didn't need it. Their sugar level, is not that bad. And so whether to have the test, get it. So we would say, yes, sure, go ahead and get it. But in terms of having the doctor order it, but to have the pharmaceutical company, having the insurance companies having to pay for something that you're doing it because you have pricking
But I
fingers
think,
issues or those kind of things seems a little unnecessary.
Yeah, I do have, so like you mentioned, the main opposition was that because right now it's the insurance company, they are deciding the medical eligibility of the device, which is, I feel, is not, it shouldn't be that way. The eligibility of the device should be determined by the doctor who is seeing the patient, because it's the doctor understands the patient much better than an insurance company can understand. Now, the scenario that you mentioned, that somebody can just say, okay, I am, afraid of, poking every day, so I need a medical device like that. The scenario you presented, I don't think the doctor is going to prescribe just based on that. And if the doctor prescribes based on that, then probably the doctor in all good faith should be writing a report like that I'm prescribing this because my patient is afraid of getting, poked every day. So there goes the medical eligibility. That's a convenience. It's not a medical eligibility. My take was that when you decide a medical eligibility of a situation between patient and doctor, it's the doctor should be the one who understands, and they should be the one who decides that this is really required for that situation to not get worse, for the diabetes to not get out of control, because diabetes is not just one reading that you poke and take the reading. Sometimes that sometimes A1C can give you right value. Sometimes you might have a right A1C. However, your blood can fluctuate depending upon the time of the day, depending upon what you eat. So there are a lot of factors which only doctor understands is. So I just want to make it simple that the eligibility should be decided by the doctor and not the insurance company. And if the doctor makes some exception because of convenience, then the doctor will put that. And obviously in that case, the pharmacy and the insurance company can reject it because it's a convenience. It's not a medical requirement. So it's a difference of word.
And that's exactly why we need to retain it, to figure out how we're going to write that language. That's the devil in the detail here, that you're trying to figure out. How do we make sure that the doctor's intent is based on the medical necessity, not because it's convenient or...
I assume that when doctor start practicing, they do write.
I urge you. Yeah, this is your first term of the term, and that this is a great bill for you to understand exactly that doctor-patient / insurance company department relationship, and you're going to learn a lot today.
Mr. Chair, this is not a subcommittee. This is an exec session, and I don't think we should be legislating the bill right now.
Okay, so you can vote no on retaining. That's fine. But I'm saying right now we want that the motion is to retain this bill. We will talk, work on it over the, it comes September.
Okay, we can work it further. You're saying
in September. Every bill that's retained,
okay,
is worked on in September and October. Remember I talked about this before, in September and October, and gets voted on out of committee, and it's on the House floor the first week of January. Remember I talked about how you want to be around the first week of January? Because all the bills that are retained, which is like this one, will be voted on by the full House on in January.
So, okay, so basically certain wordings you want to just go through.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Representative Walsh.
I thought the delineating factor of this was if the person had to inject insulin. I thought I'm searching for it in verbiage.
Right,
I thought
there
that's
was-
what it
And that's a decision we have to make.
Yeah, so I'm all for making that the delineating factor.
Yes. Okay. Representative Spear.
I don't really want to, I don't want to prolong this.
Okay.
Retain.
All right. The motion is to retain. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Patuchek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Ammon.
Yes.
Representative Cole.
Yes.
The clerk says yes, Porcelli is not here. Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Pressa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan. Representative Charaza.
Yes.
Representative Salvi.
Yes.
Okay.
Representative Hunt.
Representative Hunt.
In the old days, I didn't have to vote at
Honey,
all,
you can
but
put us
I know in the old days I didn't have to vote. But okay, carry 17 to 7.
733.
We don't write
Okay.
reports for things that are retained, do we?
We don't know
good.
reports. Yeah. Okay. Next bill, House Bill 733, relative to reporting requirements for persons or entities financing lawsuits. Okay.
First Amendment,
We have.
631H,
Okay.
31H.
All right.
which we have.
Representative Cole.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to pass amendment 0726H.
07268.
Yes.
Is that the latest one?
Yes.
No, we got.
That was yesterday.
That was yesterday. Yeah, don't you remember? We took out a bunch of lines in that bill.
Okay, it was 726H.
Okay.
And this is for 733.
Okay. Representative Cole, and seconded by Representative Burrows. And Representative Cole is recognized to speak to his motion.
We took out the consumer portion, and the reporting is now going to go through the court system. Those are the major changes.
Representative Cole, does this include the stuff we talked about yesterday?
Yeah.
Yes, it does. We took out the language that they wanted taken out,
Okay.
but it still includes the foreign entities. Correct.
Right. We first took the foreign out, and then we said, no, we really don't. We don't want foreign entities involved. People from China or so, no loans from Hong Kong. Okay, so the motion is ought to pass on the amendment. Question clear? The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Patuchek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Ammon.
Yes.
Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Post says yes. Porcelli is not here. Representative Walsh. Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Preza.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Charaza.
Yes.
Representative Salvi.
Yes.
17-0. Representative Hunt.
Yes.
17-0.
Okay, the motion is now ought to pass as amended. Representative Cole. Second by Representative Burrows.
Oh, here, we do this one now, right?
Yeah, do that first.
And we have this, and do we do moving?
Cole,
Adoption of amendment.
ought to pass as amended. Yep.
Okay, and this would stay Cole. Burrows. Okay,
Okay, question is clear. Clerk will call the roll.
and we have Representative Patuchek,
Yes.
Representative Osborne, Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Post is here, yes. Susan Porcelli is not here. Representative Walsh,
Yes.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Preza,
Yes.
Representative Burrows. Yes. Representative Herbert. Yes. Representative McAleer,
Yes.
Representative Spear,
Yes.
Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Sullivan. Representative Jaraza,
Yes.
Representative Salvi. Yes. Okay, so
And
17 to Representative Hunt,
Yes.
17 to 0.
Okay, motion passes 17 to zip. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So moved unanimously.
We put the two people on that are, we don't, do we need a majority minority?
It was only majority, yeah.
Okay. Only majority.
Okay.
So that would be Cole.
Okay, House Bill, you ready for the next one? House Bill 774, requiring Medicare supplemental policies to cover pre-existing conditions. Representative Spear, seconded by Representative Hunt, moves inexpedient to legislate. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I guess.
You don't have to.
No, no, she didn't say
Uh,
no comment.
Most of us are familiar with the way I do things in this committee. And I spent every single hour of every single day during the time off that we had, whenever a lot of people went on vacation, researching this bill. Yeah, all right, yeah, I may need it. But one of the things I found is if you go online and you can find a lot of misinformation. And what I chose to do is only accept information that was either issued by CMS, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Systems, or whatever they call it, and the Kaiser Family Foundation. Those are the only two organizations that I felt would give me the absolute bottom line of what was going on. As I presented in the subcommittee, Medicare Part B deductibles as of 2020 are gone. There are no supplemental plans that pay for that anymore. There was a Plan F, but that got discontinued. There was a Plan C. By the way, I loved Plan F. There was a Plan C, but that became Medicare Advantage. There are some plans out there, G and N, I think, I didn't bring the paper with me, but there are a couple of plans that will pay Medicare Part A deductibles. What that is, if you are in a hospital for more than 100 days, it will pick up the deductible that happens after 100 days. So, right now, according to KFF, Kaiser Family Foundation, the recommendation is typically, unless you live in 2 states, you want to go with Medicare Advantage. And the reason I say that is the network for Medicare standard with a supplemental, even whether you have a supplemental or not, the network is the entire United States. With Medicare Advantage, the network is more local. That is to say, within a couple of states of where you live. For instance, New Hampshire and Massachusetts would be a region of coverage in Medicare Advantage. Now, when Medicare Advantage it's almost a sliding scale, a continuous scale from the very least expensive to the very most expensive. So what depends on your coverage is the size of your network, and your network can be as small as the town of Nashua and as large as the area of Nashua, of New Hampshire / Massachusetts. Then it depends on the depth of the doctors. It can be 30% of the doctors in that area all the way up to 70% of the doctors in that area. And you pay for what you want. And you pick out what you want. And it's not easy, but you can do that. And I put together some tables that I sent to everybody that show the research of what that is. The biggest advantage to Medicare Advantage is that you can go from one plan to another plan every single year, and your pre-existing condition is covered. there was a lot of questions about, well, people are very dissatisfied with Medicare Advantage. Yes, that was the case up until about 4 years ago. They've done some improvements, whatever it is, but according to the Kaiser Family Foundation, the acceptance rate or the number of people that are pleased with their Medicare Advantage is now up around 95%. According to CMS, the number of people that move from Medicare Advantage to Medicare Standard is about 2% and back and forth. It's both ways. That's switching in both directions. So that we can't do much with that information. But 95% success rate for a medical coverage plan, to me, is almost phenomenal. But that's just, that's my opinion. The point is, the cases that were brought to us during the hearing that we discussed, it was not clear to any, we never got enough information to figure out why whatever Medicare Advantage plan they had failed in that particular case that we were given. We were not told. And as a result of that, we can't point to what the problem really was. When we had our subcommittee meeting, no one showed up, so we couldn't do anything, we couldn't get any more information as to what the problem was. Because everything online is telling us, from the Kaiser Family Foundation and from CMS, the plan is successful. So we have no choice. We were also told by the insurance companies that if they were forced, after the enrollment period, to start covering pre-existing conditions, because remember, they are commercial providers. It's not the feds. It's the commercial provider. That the rates for everyone who are currently in those plans that are left, like I'm still left over from Plan F, my rates are going to go up to support that. So before we risk losing people in those plans, losing my coverage because I could not afford it anymore, we need to know a little more information as to what the problem was, and we don't have it. So right now, without any further information and only seeing that Medicare Advantage is actually working, I think we have to ITL this. And I'm sorry for the long-winded discussion, but I know there's a lot of people that have been writing all kinds of things about. But everything I've received in the mail and everything that I've heard has been based on emotional feelings as opposed to numbers. What are the real numbers of what's going on? And I think that that's an important distinction to make. And that's where I'm at.
Representative McAleer, did you have?
Well, just my thoughts on this, it looks like, and I would vote for it, by the way, but reluctantly, because I think that people made the wrong decision up front, and now they're saying, hey, give me another chance. It's like if somebody buys $100,000 of life insurance, the next day they find they got a terminal illness, they go back to the insurance agent and say, you owe me $1 million worth. No, you don't. You made a mistake. But I would vote for it anyway. But that's my thought.
Can I respond
Vote
to
for
that?
the ITL motion.
Pardon?
When you say vote for,
Yeah,
the motion's
wants to
ITL.
ITL it. I would actually pass it.
I would
but
like
I
to
would-
address that.
Go ahead.
If you made the mistake and you did not get the insurance correct in the first place, if you think now, let's say my case, because I've been on Plan F, there's no Plan F left. There is no plan left in standard Medicare left that describes what the conditions were they were talking about.
I got Plan F.
But if you leave it,
can't
you
get back
cannot
in.
ever get back.
That's my
Because the
Can't
plan is
get it
gone.
back.
that's my whole point.
But the
From-
plan is gone. It's not like it's an option anymore. It's gone.
well, it's the plan, we have a couple of grandfathers here.
And grandmothers.
No.
I am a grandfather.
The phrase grandfather means.
Chairman Hunt?
Okay, so let's change it. Grandparent. Yes.
I just want to, I had my hand up. I just wanted to say that, I think some of the contracts that these people had were really complicated and they, a lot of small print and they didn't read it. And then, I don't want to blame people, but I mean, I don't read contracts either, a lot of them, but you don't read it. They're complicated and you find out that you're in trouble.
Representative Teresa.
So I know we had discussion during the hearing, a lot of discussions on this, and what I just heard that seems like we don't have enough information to make a determination on this bill. So, there could be options where you can just you can put certain back billing or I mean certain penalty or whatever to, but at least allow them to get into. What I'm trying to say is that there could be options. There's lack of information right now. So why don't we retain this bill to discuss it further? Why do you want to ITL and completely kill it?
Well, I guess for the simple reason is that I think we spent a lot of time in this bill, and I know myself personally, I learned a lot. However, as someone who just got, just turned 65 a couple of years ago, and having gone through this process, that and I'll say also for someone who's been around long before, when Obamacare. I mean, I was around when the original, how in the state of New Hampshire passed 7-11 and with the guaranteed issue, which is that the expression, a guaranteed issue that you can go. And it was very simple when you sign up that Advantage Plans is managed care. Okay? And most of us have managed care in the small business group market. All right. So it's not like, or even with your ERISA, probably, even your large employer, they probably had the same. So it's not like we're learning anything new, like, oh my God, I didn't understand. Okay. It's not really even begin as a starter to understand, because in an Advantage Plan, the one that everybody signs up for in New Hampshire, which I did, it's United Healthcare with 004. Okay. And they did try to sneak that AARP name on top of it, but I don't, I told them I want the one that doesn't say AARP on it. Okay. But that the whole point of that was that, no, I have no monthly payments. Now, this is not rocket science. I have no monthly payments. Now, if I take the traditional managed care, Medicare plan, it's not managed care. It said you're free to choose whatever doctor you want. You're free to any hospital. You are free. Now, but we're charging you 60, 70, 80 bucks a month. And that doesn't even count the dental. The pharmaceutical. Okay? So if you start adding the two of them together, you're easily up to $100 a month. So this is not rocket science. One, I can go anywhere I want to go, but I have to pay $1,200 a year. The other one's free, but you're going to have to stay in network. I don't understand when people say, I don't understand it, or I didn't get it, or you're smarter than the average person, that you figured that out. Okay? Now we find that there are some people who are in those Advantage Plans, and for whatever reasons they were talked into it, or they misunderstood or were confused, or they whatever reasons, and now they want to go back to the other plan. Well, it turns out it's not that simple. It turns out if you want to go back to the other plan, they're going to ask you, do you have underlying medical conditions, and that's the reason why you want to switch back? And that is what we tried to ban, where Obamacare banned, was that medical records, your health study. So again, this is not rocket science why you have to do it. And if you do that, then there's going to be a catch. Well, it turns out there's plenty of plans out there. And there can be a plan that might says, okay, we'll let you back in. We'll let you. You really want to pay us $1,200 a year? We'll let you in, and we won't worry about you. Some won't. For us, the state of New Hampshire, to start mandating this is totally inappropriate.
Okay. So
that's the point. It doesn't make any sense to this bill. This bill is yes, they're articulating a problem that I never really thought about that because it seemed very straightforward to me. But they're saying that this is important, that people want us to address this, and I'm saying no. This is if you don't like this, you need to call your congressman. This has to be done in Washington, because this is Medicare. This is not New Hampshire health insurance. And that's the reason why I want to kill the bill.
Okay, so I understand that you are concerned about people will be misusing it most of the time.
There's a potential that,
Yeah.
that they would be switching back and forth. And no, but no, the actual real reason is if we were to allow that, then we're going to bring back, with the medical underwriting, if you're going to bring back, you'd say, well, we're going to have community rating. So now we're going to get into trying to change. They're going to have to change the rates for those people who are the Medicare who are switching back. If we were going to mandate that they have to take you, then they're going to come back and say, okay, well, now the rates are not $1,200. It's now going to be 14, 15, who knows how much more they're going to add, but they'll add more. And they say, we need to do that to cover these people, sickies who are coming over, who were in the Advantage plan, who decided they didn't like the doctor they were going to, or the hospital was taking care of them. They want to go to see somebody else that was out of network. Well, we if we're going to have to pay more, we want to charge more. And no, that's a non-starter. We're not about to raise all the people who made that decision.
Okay.
We're not going to raise their rates simply because there are some people who say they made a mistake.
Can I make one comment? Am I allowed
Yes,
to make
of
one
course.
comment? And I made it before. As of 2020, the plan that they wanted to go back to was the equivalent of like Plan F, and it no longer exists. There's no plan to go back to.
Yeah.
And according to CMS, only 40% of people in this country even want Medicare without Advantage. 60% of people want Medicare Advantage. When I was talking before is that we didn't have enough information, I suspect there is a Medicare Advantage plan, and if they don't know how to find it, I don't even want to say I would help them. But there are people that could help them figure out what plan
What
and
is the right
what
plan
they
for 'em.
need.
Exactly. There's plenty of choices when it comes to Advantage Plan. I know I can tell you 13 different companies that mail me in that month and a half, starting in November and into December, that it overwhelms my mailbox. I don't have to worry about having starters for my wood stove.
So Chairman Hunt, so basically, even if you are basically not giving any provision, even if they might be willing to pay some penalty or some kind of.
Exactly. They could. The penalty would be that when they do that medical underwriting, there is a potential of being a penalty.
Yeah,
but
but-
we
but-
can't regulate that.
Okay. But there could be option to choose by paying penalty.
Exactly.
Okay. And that's already covered currently. Okay, I guess.
All right. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is the question clear? The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Patuchik.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Ammon.
Yes.
Representative Cole.
Yes.
The clerk says yes. Porcelli is not here. Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Preza.
Yes.
Representative Burrows. Representatives Herbert. Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan. Representative Teresa.
Yes.
Representative Salvi. Representative Hunt.
Yes. 17 zip. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Okay, last but not least, House Bill 297. We had a subcommittee yesterday, and it got changed again. Overnight, I was thinking about this bill, and right now the way the prospective amendment that we're theoretically could have worked on, the committee didn't have it, so the subcommittee didn't actually vote on an amendment, but was that there is a potential that there would be some kind of federal grant that would make this make this tree cutting, or actually the one that the former insurance commissioner pointed out, he says the number one complaints and the number one problem is, and this is, you learn something new every day, is your roof getting blown off. Okay. And you say, well, how do you, so what do you do when you have a roof? And I was trying to explain this to my wife, and I said, so evidently there's a code out there, the code book, and I want to get a copy of this code, this some insurance regulation code book that in which insurance company would say that, okay, that roof that you have did not have the proper joist the things that nailed that joist down onto the roof, and that's the reason why your roof blew off. And so now, whether they, how they handled the claim, I don't know, but that they had this excuse that that's the reason why they weren't going to cover it. And my wife said, well, shouldn't they tell you that ahead of time? And I said, well, nobody knows what's inside that roof. No one knows what those roof choices are. And so that, because you have to find out from the contractor or how they built it or whatever. You don't know this until it's over, after the incidents happen. So this legislation that we were going to work was on potential that if you happen to know that your roof was not done properly, or that you feel the roof is done properly, or you really want to cut down that tree because it's going to fall down on top of your house, that this was going to help give you funding to have it removed. But it was a federal grant. It was the latest rendition of it, because the insurance companies, as much as they want it, they think it's a great idea, they certainly don't want to pay for it. They don't want to fund this thing. And so at this point, I think we should just retain it and to see what's going on in terms of the funding mechanism, see if there's some way to resolve this. But the idea of creating a program and saying we can accept it, we'll let that happen without understanding what the strings attached. And I think it's premature for us to pass this. Representative Spear.
I used to live in Florida, and not too far from where Hurricane Andrew hit. And those houses that did not have the proper roof attachments all lost their roofs. And what you do is they take a joist and they take a cable actually from the
Cable,
roof and,
that's right, yeah.
and pin it down to the basement.
That's right.
Well, they don't have basements there, down to the slab. And every house that did that did not lose their roof. And every house that didn't do that lost their roofs, and the house was destroyed. It never would have occurred to me that New Hampshire has winds the likes of Hurricane Andrew, but I guess it's possible.
Now Washington has the biggest wind.
Do they have a lot of people living up there?
We actually house it. We have people who are up there all winter long.
Then they better attach their roofs to their basements.
Do you think it's change on the roof to chain it down? Yes. No, it's funny you say that, because when I had a shed put in our summer house in Rhode Island, which is close to the ocean, that was one of the things they did, is they had this strap and strapped the thing down. And I thought they were just trying to strap down the shed, but it is true that cable was holding the roof down. Now that I think about it, see, learn something new every day. And they have a cat up there. Yeah. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I seem to have missed something. Are we on 297?
Yes, this was a non-germane amendment that was on the bill. And we had a hearing on the non-germane amendment and had a work group, and we tried our best to find a way to do this mitigation plan, but at this point, we're not ready to do it. Notwithstanding that Representative Miles has questions about the underlying bill. So, and that is still out there also, so.
Yeah,
Any-
I mean, I know you already explained last time that why you have combined two bills, because this bill, the name of this bill itself is very
Yeah, that is true. That was
misleading.
the
You
original.
already explained that.
Yeah.
And so, are we going to vote on retaining it? Because
Yes, we're about to vote on retaining.
okay.
Okay?
Yeah, because I think yesterday when we talked about it, there are a lot of caveats that needs to be fixed. One was like, it's a grand first come first serve basis.
Right.
People might not even know about this, and people only who knows, they'll just take advantage. Others will not know, and they won't take advantage. So there are a lot of.
So you weren't too
additional
crazy
programs.
about the idea in the first place.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
I did pick that up
okay, thank you.
Okay, the question is to retain. Is the question clear?
Are we?
So
who's
this
moving?
is just, I move, and second by Representative Burrows moves, seconds to retain.
Okay.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll for the last time.
For the last time, okay. Representative Patuchik,
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Ammon.
Yes.
Representative Cole.
Yes.
The clerk is yes. Porcelli is not here. Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Pressa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows. Representative Herbert. Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan. Representative Tarasa.
Yes.
Representative Salvi. Yes. Representative Hunt. 17-0. We are 297.
Okay, vote is 17 to zip. End of the exec session. Unfortunately, I got to go pick up my dog at the hospital here. She was hobbling last night. She wasn't doing well. So since the hospital is right here, my wife is. We do? What do we have this afternoon?
Yes, we do.
We have a bill. Oh, it's a liquor bill. Okay. Okay. I'll be back for that. No, it's just a. Is it a sub? No, it's a bill that I forgot to be. I forgot. No, it's just a hearing.
No, it's a hearing.
It's a hearing. Yeah, relative to the liquor commission, 529. Okay. So I'll see you at 1:15.
What do we have on 15? Subcommittee?
Yeah, there's subcommittee.
For which, for what? For banking? Because we mentioned, we already met yesterday.
Actually don't know which one it is.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
So you're in a real rush.
Oh, yeah.
Representative Grill? Oh, okay. So you're supposed to fill out a pink card. Especially.
She's
She wasn't here last year?
she's either first or second term.
She looked, yeah, she looks.
So she hasn't presented.
Yep, open up the public hearing on House Bill 529 and hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Grill. Welcome to the Commerce Committee.
Great to be here, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, honorable members of the committee. It is good to be back. For those of you who have served on this committee before or just enjoy following the content, HB 529 might look a little bit familiar. So the primary function of this bill is similar to a bill I filed last year. It extends the last call for on-site alcohol service from 1 to 2 a.m. statewide, and also enables cities and towns to authorize a 3 a.m. last call if they vote to do so. So this year, in the interest of empowering businesses and consumers further and adding some flexibility, room for amendments, I've added a few additional provisions. Those include extending the hours of in-store sales from 11:45 to 1 a.m., allowing bartenders to refill growlers of beer, and legalizing the sale of to-go cocktails. So as many of you have heard me say before, with our already thriving tourism industry, New Hampshire stands to benefit from expanding opportunities for bars, restaurants, shops, and event venues, while encouraging people to patronize New Hampshire businesses rather than venturing south to the state that shall not be named to have their fun. Currently, we have one of the earliest statewide closing times in the country. Most states set a 2 a.m. last call, including many of our neighbors in the Northeast. Laws related to off-site or in-store liquor sales are a bit more of a patchwork. However, New Hampshire leans on the earliest side there too. For example, Maine allows alcohol to be sold until 1 a.m., and New York allows beer to be sold 24 hours and liquor and wine to be sold until midnight. And then lastly, regarding the concept of to-go cocktails, this has evolved from a COVID-era safety precaution to a longer-term business model, and 27 states at this time have permanently legalized to-go cocktails, including Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and Maine. So understanding that the topic can be a bit controversial, you might wonder why I am reintroducing this bill and adding some additional language. Personally, I think that as the live free or die state, New Hampshire should be a leader in personal freedom, and this is an area where we can easily offer consumers more choice. HB 529 will align our liquor laws more closely with our neighbors while making our state more competitive, particularly when it comes to attracting young people to the state. Although last call time is unlikely to make or break someone's decision to build their life in New Hampshire, it might make someone more likely to choose New Hampshire as their destination for a wedding or a corporate retreat, rather than Massachusetts or Vermont. So I'm sure we all know the adage that nothing good happens after midnight, but personally, I also believe that nightlife and social experiences overall play an important cultural and psychological role. As Ellen Cushing wrote in her article for The Atlantic, We Need to Party More, only 4.1% of Americans attended or hosted a social event on an average weekend or holiday in 2023, which is a 35% decrease since 2004. At the same time, we've seen that loneliness, anxiety, and depression have increased, especially among younger adults. And I am not suggesting that HB 529 is the answer to our loneliness crisis, and definitely going out to the bar with your friends is not a replacement for a good therapist or medical attention. However, creating an environment where people can come together, enjoy a night out, and contribute to the local economy can definitely have a positive impact. The Consumer Choice Center's 2023 Nightlife Index reported that cities that were ranked as more welcoming tended to have later closing times, suggesting that being open to nightlife is a net positive for municipalities. And understandably, you're probably concerned about the public safety impact of more permissive liquor laws. However, the data available doesn't necessarily point to a clear correlation between bar closing times and unsafe behavior. In Minnesota, they found that after extending last call, There were a higher number of people charged with DUIs. However, they had also increased the police presence leading up to this change, and they did not find a significant difference in the blood alcohol content in those charged before or after the policy change, suggesting that it was the benefit of the proactive policing more so than a change in behavior. A 2002 study also found that drunk driving rates were more closely correlated with the number of restaurants in an area, but not bars. And most significantly, we saw that drunk driving increased during COVID when bars and restaurants were closed altogether. And anecdotally, I've heard from friends in the bar and restaurant industry that when last call time is earlier, patrons can sometimes feel the pressure to drink more alcohol more quickly in order to beat the clock, where when they expect the bar to be open later, they might pace themselves more. So not a scientific stat, but it kind of indicates that looking at the research together, unsafe drinking behaviors are more closely related to more complex social and personal factors versus just last call time in itself. To-go drinks also don't seem to be associated with clear public safety risks. I've included some research on your desk for your review, but in 2023, the Virginia Alcohol Beverage Control Authority reported that compliance with underage drinking laws was similar for venues selling to-go cocktails and traditional brick-and-mortar restaurants. The problematic factor in terms of compliance was third-party delivery services, but even then they improved their compliance in 2024 to over 90%. States that allowed alcohol delivery during the pandemic also reported decreases in underage drinking, as well as a lower rise in pandemic-era drinking rates compared to those that did not, again suggesting that there's more deeper factors at play than the availability of these services. So taking together, this data does not show a clear relationship between policies such as later last call times or to-go cocktails and rates of drunk driving. Under HB 529, venues will still be responsible for ensuring their customers' safety, including not over-serving, not letting people drive home who are drinking, and not serving minors. So police are still empowered to enforce laws to protect their community. And with so many options available for ride sharing, as well as the growth in educational campaigns, spreading awareness of the risks of problem drinking, there's simply no reason or excuse to engage in unsafe or illegal behavior, whether it's 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., it just shouldn't be happening at any time. However, with that in mind, again, I did intend for this bill to be more flexible. I'm definitely open to amending this bill to remove parts, add parts addressing issues such as law enforcement funding, and I am 100% open to any suggestions from committee members or the community to make any changes to potentially address some of those concerns. So essentially, this bill is about choice. It will expand commerce options for businesses while giving cities more options to meet the needs of their residents. And if a business owner doesn't want to stay open that late or participate in serving to-go cocktails, they won't be required to. HB 529 simply offers more options to help expand the economy and let consumers enjoy their time in New Hampshire. And I'm happy to take questions.
Jog my memory. What did we do with this bill before? Or some of these items here? They do look familiar. I just don't remember what we did with them.
So my original bill was just the extension of hours of sale. That passed the House last session, but our friends on the other side of the wall disagreed with the House position.
So what did we end up passing last year?
I believe it was extension of last call. I think possibly store sales might have been included.
On or off premise?
I think on premise.
On premise.
At least on
so
premise.
So what you didn't have off premise? Okay, it was just on premise.
Yes.
And we went from the current laws 1 to 2.
Yes.
And that's all we did, and the Senate killed it.
Well, it also added municipalities could vote to extend till 3 a.m.
let the municipality. Yeah. No. Okay. So that's the one. That's what we did before, and we did pass that.
Yes. So I figured for this year, if the other body is more open to in-store sales only, extending that to 1 a.m., but not off premises, we can amend as needed. I figured I'd start a little bigger and then we can whittle things down as, as we work through that process. But the on-premise last call sale did pass this body.
Perfect. Do we have any questions?
On my birthday, too.
What's the date on that? So we make sure we hit that date again.
That was March 28th last year.
Okay. Representative Burrows.
Yes, thanks for taking my question. I'm reading here about that they can't deliver to a college, university, or school. What if the individual placing the order is over 21?
Yeah, that's a great question. So again, I definitely believe in, the freedom of students who are over 21. My thinking there was, just thinking about risks and ways we can mitigate that risk, knowing that there are additional safety concerns with to-go cocktails. I figure, creating an environment where providing a drink to someone underage is less likely to happen is probably a safer bet. And obviously, if a student is living off campus, they're more than welcome to participate. But it's more about risk mitigation versus trying to limit options.
Follow up. And obviously, if
good
somebody's
question.
living in their own house or off campus, that's fine. But I mean, I don't know what the legality is of saying that you're not going to deliver. I know some college campuses say no liquor, but if somebody's over 21 and on campus, can we? Is it legal to do that? I guess is the question.
I don't have that answer for you off the top of my head. I'm happy to look into
Okay.
it. And personally, I'm on the same page as people should have that option. I just in the interest of kind of mitigating some of that risk of enabling that
Sure.
behavior.
Thank you.
Well, staying on that subject, because I see the word liquor all dropped in here. My memory, and I'm reading the statute, so is that whatever got delivered was in a prepackaged bottle. When you say liquor here, were you thinking that a on-premise licensee is now going to sell a full bottle of liquor? Or were you thinking a pre-made drink?
So my intention was a pre-made drink. In the language, I believe I included some sort of branded cup or sealed cup. Making that change, if that's not in there, I'm happy to take another look at that. But the intention was for it to be a to-go cocktail versus a delivery bottle
Because
of
we
grape
intentionally
juice.
did not want to make that legal when we allowed delivery of alcohol. That was intentional.
Yeah, the intention was a
That-
mixed
that
cocktail.
we don't know what's in that mixed cocktail. We don't, that where if it's a premix,
Mhm.
and there are, you can buy premixed liquor from the liquor store,
Mhm.
but at the alcohol level, it's going to be a higher level than what's available on the off-premise licensee. So we don't have liquor stores that are open very late.
Mhm.
So that ain't happening in New Hampshire because they're not open to sell a premix drink. So your intention was that you were thinking that, and I know that some states did pass this,
Mhm.
that they make a drink and put it in a container, and you can have that margarita to go, but that it's in a container, but it's not a sealed container nor put together, other than put together by the on-premise licensee.
Yeah, the intention, and again, I'm happy to help clean up the language if that's a little fuzzy. But my intent was similar to the COVID model. For example, let's say you're getting, taco night to go, and you want to get a couple of margaritas, and you're gonna drink and eat your tacos
Right.
and your margaritas at home, watching a movie.
Yeah, just so you
Similar to
know,
COVID, you can
during
get
COVID,
the
no,
mixed
we didn't
cocktail.
let you do that. You had to buy the premix one that was made that you can buy in the off-premise licensee had a premix. Now, some on-premise licensees could have the premix margarita mix. I don't know how many did that. Probably not too many, but that because at the end of the day, that they had to buy the one that was the lower alcohol content in here in COVID in New Hampshire, unlike maybe other states.
The intention was more for like you could order the drink that you would eat or drink in the restaurant to go with your takeout food. And I know that has been done in other states. Again, if the
Right.
language for this is unclear, I'm happy to work on that to clarify.
Fair enough. Thank you. Oh, we do have another question, Representative Patusek.
Yes, thank you for taking my question, Representative. Relative to Section 1, hours of sales, has anybody done a cost-benefit analysis that would justify an establishment being open? And what would the cost be and how much profit they would assume?
So-
That's just a business question. That's
Yeah.
why I'm asking.
No, I think that's a great question. So there hasn't been any formal studies that I could find in New Hampshire specifically. It's tough countrywide because there is such a patchwork of different laws. You know, for example, in New York or Massachusetts, the last call is later, but it's been later for quite some time. So it would be hard to kind of make that comparison looking back. I think that would definitely be helpful research to undertake. And I think, again, I've heard anecdotally, you know, mixed things from businesses. Some people say like, yeah, we'd love to work later, get more tips, get more profit. Others say this wouldn't apply to my business. I wouldn't be interested in staying open that later. So it is, again, intended to have the flexibility, not the requirement. But I think it would be interesting to see maybe a pilot test. I mean, I'd certainly love to see. Oh, he's got his face in his hands already. But I think it would be interesting to see some top line data digging into those numbers and doing that sort of formal market analysis.
Further question, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you know of any states which have done this, have extended their hours recently? That might give us some kind of an indication as to a cost-benefit analysis that a state, maybe it's done it within the past 2 or 3 years to see what they have, and it would help justify the restaurant associations to look at this in a maybe more favorable manner?
That is a great question. I'll take that as a follow-up and I'll do some digging there and get back to you.
Great. Representative Walz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. In your section about allows on-premises licensees to deliver liquor to customers who order a meal, does that include like a DoorDash service as well? And would they have to verify that the person getting the drink is over 21?
So my intention was to only allow the restaurants or owners themselves to be in charge of that delivery. I think once you get into the third party delivery, there's a lot more problematic data in terms of compliance. Generally speaking, from what I saw from the research from Virginia, unfortunately my printer ran out of ink, but there is a couple of copies up with Representative Post. The compliance rates in terms of verifying age was equivalent to on-premises sales from brick and mortar restaurants for delivery managed by the restaurants themselves, but the compliance was lower for those third-party vendors. So my intention with this language was to limit those delivery services to the restaurant owners and proprietors themselves rather than getting into that kind of murky territory. I feel like, again, it opens it up to more risk, and they are supposed to check IDs. That's the law, they're required to, but I think there's so much gray area and kind of less sort of.
So
You're just this statute, which is everything's current law other than the word liquor, is you can see that it has to be the restaurant licensee, and they're going to get another extra for an extra $250. They get a delivery license. And yes, that licensee, that restaurant is responsible for getting the ID and making sure the delivery. But under our current statute, no, DoorDash is not permitted.
right, okay. And follow up.
Further question.
Thank you. So is it limited one per person? I was trying to see where it said that here.
I didn't include any specific language, but that could be a good potential amendment, again, to help mitigate that risk further. Again, I tried to strike the balance between the risk management and harm reduction. And
Just one?
I want 5 margaritas. I don't know, maybe a
Well, if you're
limit.
gonna have a party,
A limit of some sort, maybe.
Right.
No, I think that's a good question. And
We
again,
intentionally
good.
did not put a number in the statute. So, Representative Spear. Okay, Representative
This
Gibbs
is
next.
kind of a comment, and I guess it's a question of how it would fit in. I've been approached by a number of restaurants in Nashua, downtown Nashua, that have asked for the ability, because people come and they take food out, the ability to also provide however many meals they're sending out at that time. You know, people come in and pick it up to have various drinks go with those meals in some kind of a little renewable kind of thing. This seems to be something that the restaurants seem to want. And believe it or not, I don't usually. But it would be, if you're going to start considering any limits, it would seem to me it depends on how many meals are being delivered. I mean, I don't see, if somebody's ordering 5 meals to take out, you don't want to limit it to 1 drink. Just a thought.
We did not, the legislation, the current statute right now, we have no limits on how much can be delivered.
Yeah, and it
Okay,
seems to be
because,
something restaurants
no,
want.
Chinese meals, you have lots of entrees and it doesn't tell you how many people are actually
Right.
sharing
It
it.
doesn't. And I'm fine with no limit. I have no problem with that. It's just that it's interesting that the bill came up at a time when restaurants have actually approached me to ask if we could do something like this.
Right.
So apparently it's something
So
that they want.
there is a demand for us to pass something like this.
Just trying to help
And
the people out.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on the earlier question, the intent is that the delivery would have to be made by somebody who works at the restaurant, not by a third party.
That's correct. So you wouldn't have an unknown person working for one of these companies come in and deliver it to someone else. It would need to be someone from the restaurant taking the food to the customer's home, checking their ID, making sure that they're of age, not the third party services, no.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair will call on Corinne Benfield from State Work Play, New Hampshire. It's in support of the bill. Assume this is the play part.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, again, my name is Corinne Benfield. I'm the Executive Director at Stay Work Play New Hampshire, a nonprofit dedicated to attracting and retaining young people here in our state. I am here in support of HB 529 because we need to be thinking not just about what brings young people to New Hampshire, but what keeps them here as well. New Hampshire is facing a demographic crisis, as many of us here understand. Our workforce is aging, our population of young workers is shrinking, and we're competing with neighboring states that offer more dynamic, accessible, and engaging social environments. The reality is that a thriving nightlife and hospitality scene matters to young people when deciding where to live, work, and build their future. Our 2023 Quality of Life Survey shows that the nightlife and lack of social scene here in New Hampshire is actually the second biggest reason why young people choose to leave New Hampshire, right behind cost of living, which can come as a shock. It was actually shocking to me to learn that. That actually shares a very clear message. We're not just competing on jobs and housing with our neighboring states, we're also competing on quality of life as well. HB 529 is a step in the right direction. It expands sales hours, allowing alcohol delivery with meals, and supports small businesses with refillable beer sales. These aren't just policy tweaks. They're ways to also meet young people where they are. Whether it's after hours, at home, or on the go, young people just want the same conveniences and experiences that they can find in other states. This bill doesn't force businesses to change, but it creates the space for them to adapt and evolve on their terms in ways that make sense for their communities, and that flexibility matters. Young people aren't just looking for a paycheck when deciding where to set roots. They're looking for places to gather, to connect, and feel like they're amongst peers. In the second oldest state in the country, every opportunity to create spaces for young people matters when we look to retain our workforce. This isn't just about staying competitive, it's also about keeping the next generation right here in the Granite State. So I urge you to support HB 529 and take a step forward for a more vibrant and attractive Granite State. Thanks so much. Happy to take questions.
Evidently, there aren't any. Sorry. Okay, I've never seen a card like this before. Someone's a little schizophrenic today. He opposes it and supports it. So, Mike, explain that in 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Mike Summers, President, CEO of the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association, and I'm glad you got a kick out of that. I did it entirely for your purpose. So we're a little bit conflicted on this bill. Obviously, there's three components to the bill as was outlined by the sponsor. One we don't like, one we are kind of meh on, and the third one we really like. So that's hence the reason for the kind of oppose and support. So in order of sections in the bill, obviously the extension of hours, we have long had a problem with that. Frankly, we think that right now with the local option to be able to go to 2 a.m. is probably sufficient. And if you will note, there's only one or two jurisdictions in the state of New Hampshire that have actually taken that on, which means that there is almost nobody in the industry that's actually asking for this. And I don't see a crowd behind us here in support of changing the hours. So I'll just start with that. But the biggest issue, frankly, in the extension of hours for our industry currently is we don't have enough staff. We don't have enough staff to man the hours. If you notice, there's a lot of restaurants that no longer do lunches. They close at 9:30 or 10 o'clock. It's not because the owners are tired and want to go home. We don't have staff. We don't have bartenders that will work those kinds of hours. And more restaurants are literally closed 2 days a week because then they have like one set staff and they all work the same shifts. Moving on to this, section 2 of the bill, the on-premise delivery of on-premise licensees for mixed drinks. We do like this provision. As was mentioned in prior testimony, this has been enacted in 27 states. It is a kind of a remnant of the COVID era. We were successful in working with the legislature a few years ago, or a couple of years ago after the pandemic, to codify in statute that beer and wine to go was allowed. The structure of that has worked out very nicely for some folks, but there are businesses that have certainly solicited me looking for us to extend it to mixed drinks as well. Couple of concerns, though, where I hope to work with the subcommittee on the language. We would be interested to see that there's some language around how the container must be sealed for transportation, right? Because you don't necessarily want somebody who's getting a to-go cocktail necessarily stepping out and taking a good swill off it whilst they're driving home. So I think we have to have some sort of control in place there, and I would suspect you're going to hear that from the Liquor Commission as well. The second piece is some limitation on the ABV, because currently the way it's drafted, you could really just fill up a Yeti with a bottle of vodka, right? Awesome. That's a mixed drink for sure, but I don't know that that's necessarily responsible service. So I think we would probably
Wouldn't that be a martini?
Be a very large martini, and I think most of our members anyway have a 2 martini limit, because it gets a little ugly after that. So we would want to work with the subcommittee around some additional controls in that space. But ultimately, in concept, we love it. We appreciate the fact that this drafting of the legislation does keep that it has to be a W-2 employee of the business that does the delivery. It maintains that the person receiving the alcohol obviously has to be 21 and has to sign a receipt that states that fact. So all of those controls there, I think, are great, and we're supportive of that. And then the third part of this bill, the on-premise licensees to fill refillable containers. Not really specific on what sorts of containers. Are we talking like a 5-gallon bucket? What are we talking about here?
Assume it's a growler.
Well, but okay, so assuming it's a growler, but that doesn't necessarily say that in here. So this could be anything. This could be a Yeti. It could be an old milk jug. I mean, there's no real control on what that might be. Frankly, I don't think our industry really cares about this. Again, I'm not sure too many people are going to necessarily sell beer this way, because if we're selling it at what we would normally sell a beer over the bar, it would be exorbitantly expensive versus just purchasing a case of beer or something at the store. So again, we're a little ambivalent on Section 3. So with that, I will end, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Perfect. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just out of curiosity, in reference to containers, what is a Yeti?
So it's anything from a small tumbler to a very large tumbler. They're very well insulated, so it keeps your drink cold for a very long time.
No,
I'm
that's a
big fan of it.
Stanley. That's not a Yeti. That's a
Yetis are.
Stanley, and I can tell that all the way back here.
I have a Yeti that's it's this big. It literally holds 2 cocktails and it keeps it cold for hours.
30
Yes.
ounce.
Yes.
It many sizes.
Yes. And they have really nice coolers too, but I can't afford
And they
those.
do cool coolers.
You get the 1 gallon jugs.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you. So you mentioned when you were opposed to the extended hours part, you mentioned that one of the problems is staffing, but nobody would be required to stay open until 2 if they didn't have the staff, correct?
Again, the way our organization works, we work with the Government Affairs Committee, and then they make a recommendation to the Board of Directors. We solicit information from a lot of members. This is what they are telling us. Please don't do this. We don't want to have to deal with it. And then we do hear from some, though it's a handful, but they're like, what's that going to do to policing in our town, right? Because now you essentially taken what would be the problem hours of midnight to 1 now becomes midnight to potentially 3 a.m. And what does that do for policing at the local level? So again, I'm sharing with you what I've been asked to share with you, which is that they don't like it. They'd love it if it just didn't happen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. We got one more before Mark. You're gonna wrap it up. Okay. C.J. Haynes from the New Hampshire Brewers Association.
CJ.
Welcome back to the Commerce Committee.
Thank you for having me, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. I am CJ Haynes. I am the executive director of the New Hampshire Brewers Association. I currently represent nearly 80 breweries across the state of New Hampshire. And as of now, we are currently in opposition of this bill as it is written, specifically regarding the refillable container section. Part of this has to do with a growing concern that our members have had throughout the years is that if an on-premise account were to fill their product in a container, then it becomes retail. That would directly compete with their retail sales. Additionally, it would also concern them about the sanitation of what is being filled. So if a growler comes in, there's nothing to say that that growler is clean, sanitized. You could bring in anybody's. You could bring in the Yeti and have that filled. And so the breweries are concerned about the quality of the product that would go into that refillable container. And once it goes into that refillable container, it becomes packaged goods. Therefore, it's retail. So therefore, they have no control over what is being sold as retail. And they feel as manufacturers that they should be the sole responsible entity for packaging their goods. Additionally, there's concerns that there's no additional licensing fees required for this, where breweries do have additional licenses. They have their manufacturing license, they have a restaurant on-premise license, they have a retail outlet location license that they need to acquire for this. So we would be asking for parity there. There's also a delivery license fee that's $250. The other stipulation is that currently, as this is written, it says that there is no food requirement. So what is to stop somebody from coming in, filling a growler, and leaving without food? In essence, that is to go purchasing at retail, not at a restaurant. Therefore, the retail service delivery says that food must be purchased with the alcohol. This would allow for them to just purchase alcohol and take it to go. Additionally, aside from that, there's no way for a brewery to opt out of that. There's no clause that says that the brewery can decide that they do not want their product to be repackaged. So there's concerns for there. And other than that, there's also no specifications for any off-premise consumption only in the language. So that means somebody could essentially fill a growler on site and then go sit at a picnic table at the restaurant and drink that entire growler. And those are our concerns.
Well, how that different than just getting a pitcher of beer?
It's not, but it's considered retail, so therefore there would be no rooms and meals tax charged on it if it's retail.
Really?
Once
See,
it becomes
I
retail,
thought this whole statute, that everything that was done under the statute was rooms and meals.
no, because if it's packaged goods, it becomes retail product, and therefore retail would not be taxed.
Well, you're just throwing a curve I have never thought about.
Mm-hmm. How about that?
Because I'm pretty sure if we look at the current statute now, everything that goes out is treated as rooms and meals. Even though it's in a bottle, sealed
Right, but
bottle.
this
The
doesn't-
wine, you buy a bottle of wine at a restaurant and use this delivery system. You're right, Mike? Aren't you guys charging rooms and meals? You don't know, maybe, or?
Typically, and I checked with the NRA, no, we're not required to charge rooms and meals tax on those sales.
On-
And that's not to say that some restaurants aren't necessarily conforming with that, but that's
We don't know. Okay, but technically they're not.
technically they're not charged.
But right now, this would stipulate that no food is required for the purchase of this because it is retail. As it's written.
I've never thought of it that way, but that's interesting.
That's interesting.
Okay.
And I'm happy to answer any questions. And on the other factors, we have no opposition to the others as they are currently written. It was just the third.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Wolf.
Thank you. I just have a clarification question to whomever can answer it. When you go to the grocery store and you buy one of their packaged meals, you get charged a rooms and meals tax. So why wouldn't, if a restaurant is providing the same thing and it's a drink too with it, why would that not get charged rooms and meals?
I mean, we made, I know that in terms of, we had the big issue with the brewers, that when they were pouring beer and selling it inside the beer establishment, there was some question whether that was rooms and meals, but in that case, that they're pouring it and it's an open container. So yes, rooms and meals, you guys collect rooms and meals tax.
Not on growlers. Because they're
Not
considered
on growlers,
packaged.
because the assumption is
Correct.
they're capping it and walking out.
Correct.
But if it's a glass,
Correct.
or if I don't know if you sell pitchers.
Yep.
And so those are rooms and meals because
Correct.
it's an open container.
So if I could share, because the beer and wine that is being sold at for to-go and delivery.
Right.
Because it is its original manufactured packaging.
Correct.
It's exempt from rooms and meals tax. But the food that's attached to it would be taxed.
Right. No, I see
So in
that.
the case of the grocery store, that meal, because it's ready to eat, would be taxed, whereas the box of crackers or something is not taxed.
If it's a well, so that's what I'm saying, is that if you take the rest of the statute, the question is, if the margarita was made at a restaurant, therefore it should be rooms and meals. And whereas, again, we're talking about, in this case, this was clearly, I thought it was a growler.
That was the other concern we had, is there was no stipulation. on what the
To
container
me,
was.
when I read that, it was a red growler to me.
Yeah.
But in terms of a refillable container, that could be a pitcher. So somebody can walk in with a pitcher and say, "I'm going to take it away," and it's not. It doesn't say it had to be refillable container, regardless. Yeah. So it doesn't say it had to be sealed under that particular paragraph.
Correct. I will also add the majority of breweries no longer fill growlers based on the
Growlers are
standard.
really on their way out, aren't
Yep,
they? That
they
was
definitely
a
are.
fad that came and left. No. That's the original growler bill. Yes, we used to have another member of this committee who went through the whole thing about why it was called a growler is because the beer would burp. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, Chief. You can wrap it up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee members. For the record, Chief Mark Armaganian, Director of Liquor Enforcement and Licensing. With me here today is Deputy Chief Danielle Elston, Deputy Director of the same entity. I think the better way for me to take Representative Grill's bill, and we have spoken at quite extent on some of the different things that are in this bill. There are 3 items in this bill, as you already know. And if I'm not mistaken, growlers was your bill last year, wasn't it?
Representative
Was it?
Turcott put it in.
That's already passed.
We passed the growler bill
Yeah.
last year. I thought we did.
Okay. For manufacturers only, not for retail.
Yeah, no, it was only for the
All right.
beverage manufacturer.
So I think it's better for me to go through this that way and then kind of the extra stuff that's on it, and I'll do it quickly for you. Hours of service, like last year, we look at that as an unfunded mandate. I totally realize that there is a movement to start deregulating some of the restrictions that are on. I'm not going to give you my opinion on how that is right now. I think I'll be given opportunities later on in the session to talk about that. But right now, we're looking at this and the other law enforcement groups like the chiefs, the police association. I'm sure the Troopers Association will all look at this as an unfunded mandate. Right now, we did some quick math this morning, just taking the middle of the road of one of our investigators. And right now, our investigators are at the max of what statistically and nationally they could handle as far as establishments that they cover out of the 6,400 licensees that we have. So with the group that we have right now, we're looking at almost $250,000 over what we spend right now in regulating the industry. It's about $230,000 a year, just for 3 extra days, the days of the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So right there, as you know, we've always been fiscally responsible. We see the next phase of this, which is extension of hours. That is something that can be done right now. We talked about that last year also. Right now, we have 3 establishments out of our 3 jurisdictions, but how many on premise? 3,200 licensees. We have a total of that are actually asking for an extension of service hours. One being Nashua, the other being Laconia, and what's our third one? Berlin. So we don't see that as an issue that the industry is asking for readily right now. Nobody has come to us requesting this. And quite frankly, if they did request it, if we saw an overabundance of requests on this, it would be something we would message to your group about to possibly come up with legislation of our own to accommodate. But we're not seeing that. Liquor to go, as you know, during the nucleus or the heart of the COVID year, we were contacted by Governor Sununu's office. During that time, we were asked how we could jumpstart the industry. We pushed forward to go. That was quite successful, but it was to go in original manufactured containers. So we knew what the ABV was on that. The integrity of the sealed product was there, so we knew that we would not infiltrate the nucleus of the operating cars and open containers and all that stuff that you've just brought up. So the biggest thing when it comes to liquor to go, and specifically spirits to go, mixed drinks, is that we don't know what the ABV is in that container. There's no way for us to check it. So now we talked about margaritas, gin and tonics, whatever you want to, let's talk Scorpion Bowls. Let's talk Long Island iced tea. Let's talk Mai Tais. Let's talk the God forbid, a negative incident happens and the already high number of negative incidents on our highways goes even higher, and we end up being the joke of the whole nation because our numbers are that high. So I get, and I'm one of those guys, I've leaned a lot to relaxing regulation, as you know, over the 8 years. Hitting these 3 points is only going to create a problem for all of us and a problem with our safety in our communities. We only regulate to the level of community and industry safety. We do not over-regulate. We have promised that to you guys from day one 8 years ago when this new administration came in. And we have guardrails up to make sure that we stay within that. We see this as a very negative. I get the fun factor of all that. I have kids in this age group. I know what they're doing, what they're not. The age group that has become of drinking age recently is not drinking. They're going and using other elements that this state has chosen not to go in that direction right now.
You mean they're going out of state?
So thank God that my kids personally have NCAA sport regulations and other things that preclude them from doing nefarious things. So, but that is in a nutshell what we're looking at right now. Danielle has some technical features that she'd like to talk about, but we see this as stuff that we've already touched upon and do, and other things that we have negative information on that we would like not to see and happen in this state. So, dang it.
Thank you. CDC produces a community guide. They publish it regularly. This is distributed through the National Alcohol and Beverage Control Association. Their community guide concludes that every additional 2 hours of alcohol sales was associated with an increase of violence. Last year, there was a study group who also did a study on the increase in hours of alcohol sale, and they also concluded that there is an increase of violence associated with the increase in hours of sale with alcohol. As the chief said, we have 3 jurisdictions who have taken, right now you can by law serve till 2 if your jurisdiction adopts that. There's 3 that have done it. Nashua has only allowed it for charitable gaming establishments. Laconia only allows it for the Wares Beach location, and Berlin has, they were the first ones to pass it. They have a very small amount of on-sale licensees, and from our enforcement surveillance that we've seen, that many of them aren't even utilizing the staying open after 1 a.m. In terms of the delivery, right now we have 2,100 licensees who are eligible for the delivery and curbside of beer and wine. Only 37 have used that license. Last year we received a grant to do some data collection on the restaurant delivery. Of those 37, roughly 10 to 12 were not even utilizing curbside delivery, curbside pickup or delivery. And we did have a 22% failure rate of those 37 licensed establishments that were utilizing the restaurant delivery when it came to selling to minors. So again, in terms of those licensed to do it, it's a small amount that are actually even utilizing the delivery of beer and wine. We don't allow third-party delivery in this state. I don't think you want to see the statistics on the rest of the states that have allowed the third-party delivery. So we support the W-2 employee if this were to pass. And as many others said, in terms of the refillable containers, it doesn't specify what that container would be. So, and there is no food requirement for that. So yes, you could walk, as written right now, you could walk in with any form of to-go cup. You could bring in your coffee cup and have that filled with wine to go.
Representative Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. You talk about third-party delivery. I was in Texas a few months ago, and I wanted DoorDash for my little hotel room, and I noticed there was an option for liquor, and it had all the drinks that you could imagine. They don't have state stores there. They have retail liquor establishments. But I think the procedure was they check your ID before they hand it over to you. So, you know, DoorDash is a big company, Uber Eats, they're big companies. It seems like in other states, they already have this facility for policing the delivery. Is that something that we could consider here that might push us in that direction?
Thank you for your question, Representative. So first, those entities are not licensees, so there's no way to hold them accountable if they don't. There is data out there that these entities are not doing as you have stated. They're not checking those IDs. And we're having alcohol being, or they're having, I should say, alcohol being shipped to or delivered to schools, colleges, to that vulnerable age group that isn't of age to drink. And thus far, we haven't seen anything positive. We were actually the ones that asked in that bill to have a W-2 employee of
That
the
was done by rule,
establishment.
not by statute.
So, anything?
So yes, nationwide, we're actually part of a group called the National Liquor Law Enforcement Association. And that since COVID, when a lot of these groups pass it, that this has been the hot topic at throughout the group, and the enforcement challenges and high failure rates of the third-party delivery entities that do deliver the alcohol.
Okay. Representative Osborne.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. At the beginning, you referred to an unfunded mandate. Could you explain what you meant by that?
So an appropriation, if we're talking $250,000, and that was just quick math that we did this morning, Representative, and thank you for your, good to see you. Great for your, thank you for your question. That is a $250,000 that we haven't budgeted for enforcement action to come up into the next half of this this coming fiscal. So right now, where we're all being asked to give back more than to move forward, and that the money is flat right now as far as alcohol sales are concerned, we look at this as being an expenditure that really isn't necessary right now because we don't have the asking to do this. Our establishments can ask to do this right now, and they're not asking us to do this.
Further question may inquire.
Thank you. Right. So my question is, we heard from the Restaurant Association that no one wants to stay open. You're affirming that no one wants to stay open. So where does the additional enforcement cost come into play?
It would be there just because we would have to be out for those purposes. We couldn't tell if one establishment stays open in the whole state, we're going to have to keep people out for that time. We can't just say, okay, we're going to let that one person stay open and there's no oversight. And whether that it's just regulating or inspecting that establishment or making sure that establishment is doing right by the laws, it can go even more so if there is a negative incident that comes out of that establishment, and let's say it's a fatal crash. State police right now calls us to do that part of the investigation as it relates to our licensed establishment, just because we can navigate a lot better, a lot more fluid through those establishments than they can. So we look at this as I said, we look at it as a dollars and cents item, that the money isn't there right now to do this. We also look at it as you're giving more time for people to drink or consume alcohol. So where it has been testified that the positive is, or the negative is, you're pushing because the bookmarker or the guardrail is on the end time and people are drinking quicker, I would say you're giving them more time to drink more alcohol. So conversely, it's just given more time to consume more, to push your own personal blood alcohol volume up higher, which is going to create the possibility of more negative incidents on the street, on the highways. Whether they're DWIs and nothing happens out of it other than somebody is arrested for DWI, or God forbid a crash happens, which none of us want to see. So I get where this is going, and I get where you're leaning toward, but at the end of the day, in my own view, I don't see the positives outweighing the negatives here, just for informational purposes.
Further question, you may inquire.
So do you think that license fees should be based on hours of operation then? If there's a correlation with enforcement costs?
So thank you for your question again, Representative. I first of all, that has always been something that is regulated by your group. This group sets the license fees. The last time that was done is in, I think, if I remember what Aiden and I spoke about a couple weeks ago, was probably 1990. But I will say that every time that we've had smaller items, like one license fee that needed to be increased, it was always frowned upon. You know that we would support, and as far as fees are concerned, we would support anything that you and your group push forward.
You all set or another
No,
question?
I got another one.
Oh, keep going.
A
You don't have
totally
to ask
different
permission,
topic.
just
So
keep
on
going.
on the to-go beverages, which I don't think makes sense to call them to-go beverages, more like delivery beverages. You mentioned being concerned about highway incidents.
Yep.
And
Yes.
don't you think though that by delivering the beverages to the home that we would be reducing highway incidences as opposed to people having to leave their home, go to the bar, drink, and then drive home?
Well, they aren't the same. Delivery is different than to go, and the to go delivery. I don't see. What I do see is we have liquor going out the door that we don't know what the ABV is. That's my concern with that. If it was liquor in a what we call an RTD, a ready to drink, like the canned Jack Daniels and Coke, not to pick on one, but that seems an obvious one. Those are okay to go out the door because the ABV is on them, the amount of ounces per can are on them, and the integrity of the top is sealed. It's when you get into a circumstance that you have a cup, as I don't know which one of you have it. I'm going to say it's Representative Walsh. There's no way to seal that. At which time, if you're to go in the to go portion, you can easily sip out of that like you would sip out of whatever iced tea or coffee that's in it. That would cause a negative instance. But at the same time, if you're delivering that, again, if it's in a container that is sealed, and that means you could actually make it, because there are crowlers out there, and I call them crowlers, not growlers. There are crowlers out there, larger volume containers that you could put a beverage into and seal it up. But it's literally about how you seal that container, and sealing that container would be near to impossible, especially talking to our neighbors. Vermont did it. Vermont's trying to repeal it right now, and Maine did it also, and both of them had very negative outcomes. Did you want to?
This statute, I don't mean to, I can't see it. This would allow liquor to go as takeout too. The second part of the statute allows this to be, if this is delivery and curbside pickup.
Oh, okay.
So this would allow liquor at curbside pickup as well.
If, in terms of the way we wrote the statute before, which was it was the beverages and wine, and I don't see us exactly writing in the ready to go packaging.
There's a significant amount of the law that's missing out
In
of here.
rules, exactly. So if we were just to drop this word, leave this word liquor in there, then it could still be the ready to go, right? Because
Well,
Jose
I think-
Cuervo makes a margarita in a container. There are some, alcohol, liquor drinks, like you say, that, like the Jim Beam and Coke
In the 6 to 8% ABV.
in the beverage level. But I'm saying, if I go into the state liquor store and Anheuser-Busch has got, what's the company? Cutwater. Cutwater has they have a margarita that's 12%. So theoretically, those products, if we just add this liquor in here, I would assume that all we're doing is allowing those products to then be sold at a off-premise licensee,
I think
or
the addition of,
on-premise licensee, right? And would you would be okay with that, right, Mike? When you wanted to sell a Cutwater already made drink, or is it really important to you that you made that drink?
So I think from what our business members have told us is they'd like to be able to make cocktails.
Right.
For example, if you're a margarita restaurant, right, and you have like your own.
You want to have some nice, you don't want cheap Jose Cuervo. You want to have,
Because a lot of people take a lot of pride in their Manhattan or whatever it might be, right? So
okay. Right. So that would be where our conflict, where this is going to crash. Yeah.
And that's why I mentioned, I think you gotta look at like the EVP, right? You just fill in the cup with vodka, shipping out the door, or is it specifically a made cocktail? So
Yeah, but again, we don't have any control over how generous the bartender was when he made it. That's
Gives it.
and as far as I'm concerned, frankly, if we are leading to that, I'm not sure I want to exempt them from the rooms and meals, because you're making it.
so that's my point. I think it's a made drink, it is subject to rooms.
It should be made. Yeah.
To consume, right? And it's not in its original manufactured package.
Okay, we got some work on this one. Okay, Representative Sullivan, and then Gibson. Okay.
Excuse me. So you said that you haven't been hearing a lot from people or your members, whatever, not members, I guess, but you haven't been getting a lot of requests for 2 a.m. But would those requests come to you? Because my understanding is that it would go to the town body first, and maybe they just haven't gotten to you. And also, how well educated are people? And this is like a genuine question, because my experience has been that many people don't know that 2 a.m. is even legal in New Hampshire under the conditions that we currently have, just from casual talking with people around the state who run these sorts of establishments. And so I'm just curious, A, if you guys have any idea of how well people are informed of the current law, and B, why would you guys be the ones hearing about it if it needs to start at the local level first?
so yes, they can change for a flat out extension of the service hours. It needs to be done to the local level. We do allow extensions of service hours, special requests to come in. So we have licensees who requested it, for example, like New Year's Eve. They'll submit requests to extend their hours later if they're hosting a New Year's Eve party, things like that. We don't get a significant amount. I would say we get less than 20 a year for individual licensees to extend their hours for particular events. In terms of the knowledge that people have of these laws, we discuss the hours of sale in our training. In terms of the full law, we have the full statute and all of the training as to what the hours of sale are, and we show the full statute, so they do see it. It's not something we message out regularly, so I can't speak to, collectively as a whole what the industry knows of it, but they are exposed to it in their initial training.
Follow up. Okay, so are you saying that you guys, it doesn't have to go through a town in order to get like a special, like, so if I wanted to have if I was a bar owner and I wanted to have a St. Patrick's Day party and have it be open till 2, I could actually have you guys approve that for one day.
Yep.
Gotcha. Oh,
Yep,
that's
we
news
do,
to me. I didn't know that.
we always seek local buy-in for that, meaning we'll reach out to the local municipality just in case, we don't always know what problems they're having with the licensed establishments right away. So we do seek local buy-in from it. As long as the local municipality doesn't approve to that extension of service, then we'll approve that.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Pretty good, huh? Friendly service there at the Liquor Commission. Okay, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for coming to testify today. Chief Overjimian, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, great. You mentioned that it's impossible to seal the top of a cup, but isn't it in fact possible to seal a cup? And the reason that I mentioned this is that yesterday I went to a counter restaurant and ordered a boba tea, which was made there and then given to me, and the top of that cup was sealed so tightly that the person from behind the counter had to come over and help me struggle to get my straw into the cup. So I have personally encountered cups that were sealed.
I'm not familiar. I am familiar with boba tea, but I'm not familiar with the cup. So I take it on your word, Representative.
Would you believe? All right, thank you very much. Having no more cards, we will close the public hearing.